Hey everyone, welcome. How's it going? To miss less. I guess I did jinx it since you died right there at the end. Sorry about that. How's it going, everybody? Was there any leveling up? And congrats, Morbid, for getting the fry. Anyone need to level up? No, Drug Dwarf, you need one more fry. It's getting there. It's getting there. Ooh. It's Friday! We made it to Friday. How's everyone doing? I hope you had a good week and are ready to relax with some Castlevania the next time. Yeah, did you get enough gold? You have 278 gold, so you'll be able to buy it next time. And you'll be finally out of level 1. I'm sure that's gonna feel good. You finished? Oh, cool. And you'll have to post it to the Discord when you have it all ready to show off. Made homemade pizza. Oh, that sounds great. Oh. Thanks, Justin, for the lurk. All right, shall we? Well, so Castlevania. We beat, gosh, it was a great epic battle right there at the end. The main bad guy, Isaac, it was like the first confrontation with him. And so I want to say we're over halfway through this game. In fact, I got the PS3 ready with Last of Us because I'm like, this game could be done soon. I don't know if we're going to finish it tonight, but we could finish it tomorrow afternoon. So, and then go on to Last of Us. So, we'll see. Cool, Shipwreck. Yeah, thank you. I also, if you'll notice, I'm wearing different headphones. I'm not wearing the giant things on the Bose headphones. I'm wearing these in-ear. I don't know if I like them, but I'm testing them out. I can. It's a different sound when I'm talking that I don't necessarily like. So, hey, Israel. So we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. But I didn't spend too much on them, so I thought maybe you'd want to see my ears. I don't know. Look at that! The little milestone thing came up. Hey, RK Bear. New fire-breathing Bowser toy that's all over the news feeds. Oh, I haven't seen that. I've seen the Lego. I haven't seen a fire-breathing Bowser toy. Have not seen that. I've seen Jack Black dressed up as Bowser's. Pocket Bear was like, "Is that the same costume Shay Fries has?" Which it's not. Although I do have the headpiece. Like I do have this headpiece. This was kind of part of my original Bowser costume. Yeah, link it in the Discord. Anyway. Here, Bowser can sit right there. He'll be overlooking me. Neil is not here right now. He ran to Target. Bowser Jr. Yeah, there is, I want to say there is a Bowser Jr. costume. Hey, Fuzzy Graham. How's it going? So, yeah, we just beat this boss, the Isaac, which is right there in the video, the opening video. And so I don't know where we're going to next. But we just defeated him. I don't think he's dead, though, so... Sorry, he's already gone. A Bowsette costume. Oh, that's something else. I thought you said Bowser. Yeah, I don't have that. Oh, you know what? That reminds me. I need to turn on the Snorlax. There, it's turned on. Is Bowser but gender bent? Oh, okay. All right. As always, we can take a break and play a game like Quantum off the arcade machine. Does not have to be Quantum. It can be any of the games on the arcade list. And if you can't decide, you can use Rand Arcade. And if I beat the high score, I'll put your name on the high score list. Let's play Castlevania. Let's play something. Oh no. What have I done? There it goes. Okay. I thought I had tethered it. Well, I guess I show it in the, if you go over to YouTube, you can see I do like a little tour of my room. And you can see how much cables are on the ground. And so I'm always worried that the cables are going to get caught. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're always moving. We're always beating games. We're always beating games. Like you missed Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy was awesome. I really enjoyed it. What was the other one? What was before Final Fantasy? Oh, Yoku's Island Express, which was cool. It was real short. It was Metroidvania meets pinball, which is kind of a weird mix-up right there that you say that, right? And then, what did I play before that? It was a long game. It was Tomb Raider 2. Testing my memory. I've forgotten, until I started playing this game, I'd forgotten how much the PS2 disc spins, and you sit here and hear it just reading the hell out of the PS2 disc. Yeah, exactly. How could I forget Tomb Raider 2? Exactly. All right, this is where I fought the bad guy. Trauma Raider 2. Exactly. Trauma-inducing Raider 2. What is this? This looks like a... Oh, it's a new familiar. Or ID, Innocent Devil. Or is it Innocent Demon? I can't remember. I think it's Devil. Oh, you think the Slim is? I have a Slim as well. I have a regular and a Slim. I bought it from Evil Bud. A wood rod appears. What? We've just been doing default name. It looks like Orko. Mage type innocent devils are able to cast various magic spells rather than using physical attacks. They can use hearts to unleash magic spells with special effects. For instance, Time Stop is one magic spell that temporarily stops time. Right. Then let's go. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I had to get the laser replaced on mine. It stopped reading PS1 discs. Thanks for lurking, Marshall. Hold on. Now I gotta turn up the music. Now that I'm actually playing. I wonder if there's anything I can, Oh, they're just standing there, waiting for me to kill them? You may hear me burp a lot. Neil made a pretty spicy dish tonight. I think he even surprised himself. Cool, it looks like he's like riding on a crystal. No, well, that's part of any part of it. The price of sodas is like out of control. I don't know. I don't know what it's like up in Canada, but here in the US, it's crazy. Yeah, I know. What is all this? Why would there be lights that I can't hit? Oh, come on. This is Castlevania. This is ominous. A 12 is 7 to 8. Well, that's what it is here. Is 7 to 8. Not on sale. Yeah. Where's my US discount? Wait, what's going on here? I can't get past. Yeah, yeah. Right, it should be 10. I expect you to say 10. I totally expected you to say 10 because I'm sitting here and paying 7. Alright, I don't know what's going on here. I wonder if I need the little dude. And he... Oh, he time stopped. Well, I don't know what that did. Oh, that was weird. I thought maybe we needed to light them up. It's like, we're going to let you get through over half this game, and then we're going to throw a puzzle at you. I'm going to try something. I have an idea. See how the lights are on? Ha ha ha! I'm smart. Soda stream. Oh, okay. How? How? Yeah, actually, I thought about that. I thought about hooking up like a Coke soda fountain right here. It'd be on brand. It'd be on J Fry's brand, you know, to have something like that. Yeah, it's been interesting. It's Castlevania, but 3D. What makes it Castlevania? Good. It's it has a map. That's what makes it Castlevania. Yeah, don't listen to Flaming Baguette. That's not true. The N64 ones were terrible. That was like the first one that was 3D, was the N64 one. Guys are annoying as fuck. Oh, there's one up there. Alright, let's go. Let's go this way. Oh, you know what they're probably expecting me to do? Is time stop. So you have played Castlevania 64. It was terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay. Ah. How could I miss this? Oh, Neil's already back. That was quick. Oh. It's at 0. I made it. Level up. You're like, I've never played. Oh my. I have played that. Oh no. That's true. If they ported it with this engine. Although they've completely stopped making it. Well, so wasn't there? I thought I heard a rumor that there was supposed to be a new Castlevania. Is Konami actually working on a new one? I killed them. The camera is too close. Yeah, were we supposed to just sit here and pause? Shit. Oh, can he not? Can he not? Ow! Oh no, he killed him. He killed my little guy! I like that bear. Guess we'll go this way. I like how the other guy just ran around in circles while I hit the other guy. Uh-oh. The lights didn't work. That doesn't surprise me. Let me fix that real quick. Have you tried turning them off and on again? You know what? I'm not sure. No, it's supported. Go through this door? Oh no, wait. I don't want to do this again. He tried to spit acid in my face. Pretty shame. The opposite of pride. What is that? Is that the map? The map. Man, at least they've been giving me potions. The second potion I've gotten. This looks like a safe spot. Hope everyone's had a good weekend. Or week. Happy for the weekend. You know, I turned up my microphone. I'm worried that when Neil gets in here and he starts talking that my microphone's going to pick him up, so. It's left. Oh, so maybe that's why. Although that kind of happens all the time. I'm surprised that would really stop them from making new Castlevania games. Ah, yeah. Having a new supervisor can take some time. Kind of get to know their expectations. He made Bloodstained. He made the game Dracula No More. I have heard of it. Oh, well, there you go. Shocking. If he ever makes it right. Uh-oh. What is this? Is this a boss? No, it can't be a boss. The bosses have certain doors. Okay. I have a feeling it was showing me this for a reason. Yeah, I know. Well, so far this has just been me getting a column. That was kind of worthless. Like, wouldn't it be cool if... No, it wouldn't be. Ow. Like this guy. What's new? A new helmet? What? Ooh. Yeah, kind of anticlimactic, wouldn't it? Field armor. Time for a quick yes or no poll. For what? What did I miss? Okay, McDonald's is launching a chicken Big Mac next week. Would you eat one? A chicken Big Mac? It depends on what else is on it. They're using the neck at breading. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Don't they already have that? I guess it's a Big Mac, so it has an extra bun in the middle? Double-decker McChicken? Yeah, there you go. Jump off the ledge. Is this a Canada thing? Which isn't mix. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big Big Mac fan, so... Although, if I do eat McDonald's, I will get their chicken sandwich sometimes. Okay, these guys are... Why can't I hit him? Why am I not hitting him? There we go. Alright, I think I get it. Hold the pickles. Yeah, I would be the same. Do not like pickles. I worked at McDonald's when I was in high school for a summer. I did not like it. Okay, Neil, I turned up my microphone. I want to see if you say something, if it will... Okay. All right, hold on. Let me stop talking. Now you talk.
Hi, my name is Neil. I just went to Target and picked up a drive-up order. They forgot something in my order.
Yeah, it didn't look like it picked it up, so I think we're okay. It was like a little blip, but it wasn't too bad. Well, yes, but could you hear it on both of both the microphones? Did it sound echoey? Wow, my day. Well, so all right, so
Why are y'all talking about hamburgers?
oh, so Arcade Bear is saying that McDonald's is going to do basically a Big Mac chicken.
Why would you do that? I don't necessarily want a regular Big Mac.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying too.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want it because they put that sauce on.
Yep, I don't like that thousand sauce. Oh, so all right. So when I worked at McDonald's that summer, can you guess how much money I was making an hour? And it wasn't a hay penny. How much do you think?
Did you ride the dinosaur to McDonald's?
Trying to remember what year that would have been. 6, 7, 8. In 1988. How much?
$3.25.
You probably heard me say it was 2 hay pennies. It was 2 hay pennies. No, it was. Neil is correct. I think he's heard me say this story.
Or I happen to know what minimum wage was.
Because you were alive back then. Yeah, $3.25. $3.25 was minimum wage back then. And then I got a raise, and it was $3.35. Look out! I got a dime raise. What am I gonna do with this extra dime per hour I'm making?
Gosh, if you work 10 hours, that's a whole $1.
All right, this is gonna kill me. What do I have? Got a couple of potions. I know. Oh, interesting. But again, that's Canadian dollars, so that's like funny money.
No, it's just worth 30% less.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, so Arcade Bear was saying that Oaks are $7 to $8 a 12-pack in Canada, and I'm like, wait, where's the extra?
But that's
no,
Canadian.
It should cost right. It's the same price in Canada as it is here. It should be like $10 a 12-pack in Canadian.
Well, I mean, they're playing games.
I think they're playing games with the U.S.
You know, 5 people said inflation, and every company imaginable said, "Hey, we need to raise our prices because they're saying inflation, so we can raise our prices for no goddamn reason."
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's what's going on. Don't like these guys picking me up. Oh my god.
And you know, maybe it's just another thing millennials and Gen Z has killed.
With their avocado toast?
Yes.
That's true. Oh, thank you. Ah, there is a bug. There is a bug buzzing me. Maybe they're giving Arcade Bear extra because they think he's here. Could be.
I mean, it could be the aluminum.
Extra discount. Okay, this is a warp. That's hilarious. That was weird.
I've never had avocado toast.
Here, hold on a second.
But I've never been a huge avocado fan.
All right.
I want butter and jam on my toast like a normal fucking person.
I mean, I like avocado, so I don't think it sounds like a bad thing. But I've never had avocado toast. It seems kind of, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a thing that you actually heard about until about 10 to 12 years ago. It was just like one day I woke up and avocado toast became a thing.
I was like, is this a California thing? Because, you know, Californians and their
yeah,
avocado.
I mean, well, that was, you know, every dish that had the word California in it was just they added avocado to it.
Yeah.
California pizza, it's got an avocado on it.
Right.
California burger, it's got
California
avocado.
club sandwich, it's got avocado.
Avocado on it.
Alright, these things are annoying. Oh, also almost dead. Could use a save spot.
How to make avocado toast? Don't you literally just slice an avocado and put it on top of toast?
That's what I would assume it is.
Or do you mash it up and spread it on it? I don't know.
Do you spice the avocado in any way? Salt it?
Well, unless you're going to eat it immediately, you're probably going to put lemon or lime juice on it, because otherwise it'll turn brown.
What color?
Brown. You showed the guy how to make it? Did he have to explain the toaster to him? First, you get bread, and then you toast it with this device here. You put the bread in the top and push the thing down. Be sure to set the color to the color of the toast you want. Then, slice a fucking avocado.
Not just the...
When the toast comes out, put it on a plate like people with dignity. And then place the slices of avocado in a fan fold on top of the toast. Then put it in your pie hole. Later, we're going to talk about cooking noodles. I mean, cutting an avocado is like slicing it open. There's like something to it, but actually once it's open and you've taken the pit out, you just slice it. I don't think I have the ramen cookbook. I have the dump cakes and dump meals cookbook. I've never made anything out of it. Or did you get me the ramen cookbook?
I don't know if I did or not. I don't remember. I did get you the dump cakes one.
Hey, it's your girl Kathy.
Yeah. All right, I'm almost dead. There's a safe spot. So we're
should I be like
fuck. I can't.
Watching videos and be like, oh hell no.
I am almost dead.
So I'm upset that one thing I lost in my mother's estate were the cookbooks she had. My sister didn't think I would want them and sold them in the estate sale. And one of them was one of those 80s microwave cookbooks, and I think it was called Basic Microwaving. And I just think it's neat as a as a piece of ephemera. Beans on toast. Beans on toast would probably be okay. Beans and toast facing it first thing in the morning, I don't think I would want to do.
Okay, we gotta get out of here.
Wait, here ketchup and mustard are fancy here? I don't understand. We do have fancy ketchup and prepared mustard, but that doesn't really mean anything in particular. I mean, the reason why we get prepared mustard is it's a pain in the ass to make. And the reason you get pre-made ketchup is it is also a pain in the ass to make. Like, you can make it, but, the reason people started buying it is because it took hours to make.
All right, we're gonna need some potions.
It's the stuff used here. What constitutes fancy ketchup? Is it just the same bottle of Heinz that everyone else has?
Thanks as always. What can I get you today? What will it be today? Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Anything else? Will that do it? Anything else?
Catch up.
I mean, here's a recipe for ketchup that I just looked up, ketchup recipe. Prep time, 10 minutes. Cook time, 12 hours.
Holy crap. Yeah, I guess you're just boiling the shit out of it. What do I have? I have no... Oh, that's right. I just used them.
Sausages, bacon, black pudding, eggs, potato cakes, mushrooms, and...
Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it?
Anything else? How often do people actually eat that? Is that like a Sunday morning thing, or that sounds like something that you would eat before going out to work in a field.
What will it be today? Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Anything else? Thanks as always. Take care.
Yeah.
I don't super think of mushrooms as a breakfast food. I don't super think of beans as a breakfast food.
Yeah, but sometimes you can have mushrooms in an omelet.
I know people... Well, yeah, sometimes you have mushrooms in an omelet, but just mushrooms on their own.
Will that do it? Thank you. Thanks as always. Come back again.
I mean, as you know, here in the U.S., we would have sugar for breakfast because we have, stuff like pancakes and waffles and French toast that you would slather in syrup, or we have sugar cereal or
Donuts.
Donuts or pastries.
Well, that's what Neil always says. Is like,
Well, I use way more than Jay or his kids, and it's just what I grew up with. I don't use as much as I used when I was a little kid, but. I'm not drinking the maple syrup, so I feel like I'm doing okay.
That's true. I don't ever come in and I see you like sipping it out of the
taking a
bottle.
swig out of the bottle.
Yeah.
I will like we keep it because you have to keep it in the refrigerator because it'll mold if you get real maple syrup.
That's true. We get real maple syrup arcade
and so we heat it up
from the Canadas.
We heat it up in the microwave. No, I mean fucking maple syrup. Like, you know, tap a tree and boil it down. I mean, you see bacon, egg, and toast here.
In fact, I got bacon out of the freezer because we're going to have bacon and eggs and toast tomorrow morning.
Maple syrup comes... I mean, I've never had maple syrup in a can. We've pretty much always gotten it in a plastic bottle.
Bourbon maple syrup. What?
Bourbon maple syrup is... well, I wouldn't want a hot kick to my syrup. I totally resist this urge to put chili peppers in everything. I have seen maple syrup that's basically been aged in an old bourbon barrel, and that's what I assume you're talking about.
Everything? Nope.
Like one night, some guy was going on about jalapeno cornbread, and I'm just like, no, and no.
I don't mind jalapeno cornbread.
Well, I mean, you may have it, but I will not make it for you.
No, it's okay. I like your corny cornbread.
I don't make corny cornbread.
I'm sorry, not corny cornbread, just regular cornbread.
I just make cornbread.
I don't like corny cornbread, where you have corn in it and you bite into it and you can feel it squish. I don't like that.
Well, you don't like corn.
I don't like corn, so that's probably why I don't like it squishy.
But I will admit to the maple syrup that's left in the little pitcher, pouring it back into the jug. And I will admit to, after I've gotten all of it out that I can, to licking the spout.
Wait, what's the spout of the
little pitcher.
Of the little pitcher. So we pour the bottle of maple syrup into a little pitcher.
Into a, you know, like a little cream pitcher.
Yeah, and then he's not like licking it from the bottle or anything.
I mean, some people like that. Both Jason and I really don't love corn.
Yeah.
I mean, I like corn well enough, but it has to be like fresh in the summer. It has to be white corn. And you know, you just, yeah, like corn on the cob.
So sometimes I'll make the cinnamon rolls from the can. You know, it comes with a little icing container. Well, I'm totally licking the lid of that.
God, I would love when this game is over.
Started the
then I won't feel like I'm on a jointed concrete highway.
Oh, because of the yeah. It's because of the disk drive. Things I did not like.
No, I don't want corn in my salsa, and I don't want corn in my cornbread. Really don't want corn anywhere except on a cob.
There we go. I guess I
Maybe.
should target.
Maybe if I make a vegetable soup, I want some corn in it, but just not a lot. You add kernels of corn to rice. Why would you do that to rice?
Thank you, Matthew J. Thanks so much. 24 months. Thank
I mean,
you.
if you want rice to taste like something,
I appreciate it.
put a half a teaspoon of salt in it when you cook it. Sometimes, but usually we get white rice. The place we like to
do brown rice.
From the Chinese food restaurant?
Oh, Chinese food restaurant. Yeah,
I
white.
said Chinese takeout. Do you ever get fried rice from Chinese takeout? Like sometimes I do.
Every once in a while we do, but yeah, usually.
But
And
like
yeah, it has little peas and carrots and corn. Yeah, but it's so little. Yeah.
there's so very little bit in it, and usually it's not corn. It's usually like the carrots, the
Have a good
square
one, Sam.
carrots and peas, and there's about a half a cup in 5 gallons of it. Oh no, you'll never see me order curry. No curry. Years ago, I worked at a Best Buy in Northern Virginia. There were a lot of Indian people in the area. And one time I had these people bring in this keyboard, like a music keyboard.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a computer keyboard.
No, like a, like not a piano, but a keyboard.
Yeah, like Casio keyboard.
Like a kid with an Yamaha.
Yeah.
And they wanted us to replace it. And the thing smelled and looked as though it had been put into a box and covered with curry powder and sealed for years and then taken out and had like blown all off. And it had stained the plastics.
Wow.
Like the keys were tinted the color of curry. It was the most disgusting thing I ever saw.
And that ruined curry for you for life?
Well, between that and having it come up my drain
Oh,
because
that's
the people
right. I do remember
upstairs
that.
didn't know how to use the garbage disposal.
Yeah, I do remember that. He was, this is when we were dating, and he was still in Virginia and I was in Orlando. And yeah, he was just like mortified that, that this was happening to him. Basically, neighbors had tried to put it down the garbage disposal, and I guess it somehow came up in your garbage?
Yeah.
Your sink?
Came up in my kitchen sink and flooded my kitchen sink.
That would do it for me, because that's disgusting.
It happened once, and I cleaned it up, and I called people to have it looked at. Then it happened again, and then I was in the property manager's office saying, you need to explain to these people how to use the goddamn garbage disposal, because I'm not living like this. And she was like...
Heavy smokers and laptops. Yep, that's another case.
Oh, when I worked at What the Hell,
Yeah.
I would get in desktops, because these are people who had been selling travel forever, and they worked from home, so they would smoke like that. And I got one.
A giant mosquito hawk just went by my face.
I didn't see it. I got a desktop back that was filled with like dust bunnies that were like nicotine dust bunnies. That was pretty gross.
Come to Canada. There's not giant mosquito hawks. Because it actually gets super cold.
I don't think it gets that cold in Toronto. I mean, it gets cold, but I don't think it gets that cold.
Potato chips, exactly.
Oh, I've seen those. Oh, lightning, snow, yeah. Thunder snow. I've heard of all dressed chips, and I think I tried them once.
I've tried ketchup potato chips, did not like them.
And I didn't get it. Jalapeno snow.
I have no idea what that is. Sour and cream bacon chips. Well, that sounds actually pretty good. Sour cream. No, with lightning for a kick. Oh, okay. Oh, jalapeno snow. Got it.
Well, I mean, I can buy a whole bottle of smoke flavor. It's interesting how they make that.
Oh, smoke.
Liquid smoke?
Liquid smoke? Shit.
They burn something and run the smoke through water.
Oh.
What are the 10 most satisfying cars? The Corvette?
Are you on clickbait again?
No, I'm on Consumer Reports.
Oh. Well, you know, Murray sent me some snacks from Ireland.
They were unusual.
They were unusual. They were unusual.
I wish I could buy the car I want.
What does that mean?
Oh, they don't make it. I mean,
Oh.
like, I'd have to buy something old. Luxury compact cars. There's no such thing as a luxury compact.
Luxury compact. What
Because
does that
anything
mean?
that is compact is not lux.
Exactly.
I don't
Compact
care. I don't care if
SUV.
I don't care if they plate the whole interior with gold. Well, I mean, it's like a BMW 3 Series, which to me is just buy a fucking Camry and shut up. Not a Camry, a Corolla, the size of a Corolla. Like I remember, like I worked with somebody that had one, and I was just like, this is just a gussied up Corolla.
Hey, Rock, how's it going? Happy Saturday, I guess. Ah.
It's weird to me that Porsche's making four-door cars.
Puppy power.
What?
I don't know. He put a puppy emote. Highlighted it.
That made me think
Oh boy.
Scrappy-Doo.
And Scrappy too. Scooby-Doo and Scrappy too.
Yeah, I tried to forget that for years. It was horrible.
Bring it is back. It is Orko with a prolapse. Exactly it. Evil Bud. I said the same thing. Well, I didn't say the prolapse part, but you're right. It looks like Orko with a prolapse.
Why is their ass so light up?
Okay. Scrappy-Doo? You don't know who Scrappy-Doo? Oh, it's like Scooby-Doo had like this little puppy with him. and it was
Scooby-Doo,
Scrappy-Doo.
Scooby-Doo's like relative, Scrappy-Doo.
Was he a relative? Yeah, I didn't know. Because, Scooby didn't have
I want
a
to
son
say,
or anything.
well, like Scooby-Dum was his cousin.
Yeah.
No, it was before Scooby Kids. Like, Shaggy was still Shaggy, and I think Velma was there. But like Fred and Daphne were not. It was a weird time. Scooby-Doo is interesting because Scooby-Doo has gotten progressively less interesting in each incarnation.
They just die.
Just die.
Yay!
Curl up and die.
Scrappy was a nephew. Okay, he was related. He was just a nephew. Okay. Hey, Delphinic Star. How's it going? What, Scrappy-Doo? Was it interesting?
Was it ever interesting? Scooby-Doo? I mean, I always thought the original...
I always thought the original was great.
The originals were pretty
You know,
good.
the original with the Harlem Globetrotters?
No, that was not the original. That was...
I know, I'm joking.
That was later. That was the second version of it. And it was okay, but it was not as good as the originals.
Yeah. With cartoon Scooby. Scrappy-Doo. Yeah. I don't know. You're right. I mean, Scooby-Doo is pretty basic.
Scooby-Doo is basic as fuck.
I didn't want to say it that way, but...
Well, I don't mean it. I'm just saying it because it sounds funny. Yeah, Scooby-Doo, Where Are You is
yeah, that was the original.
the most
That's
interesting, the best ones to watch. Stories are decent. They put like some time and energy into it, and then they did the new Scooby-Doo movies, and that's the ones that
I
you're
haven't watched
talking about.
any of the new stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was in the early 70s as well. So that was the one where they would have like Sonny and Cher or Mama Cass or the Harlem Globetrotters.
I liked He-Man too, Evil Bud.
Well, I mean, that came much later, and those were actually terrible because they were
Thundercats.
because they were He-Man's were Filmation, and Filmation
Yeah.
was awful.
Filmation also did Star Trek the Animated Series, and those were horribly animated as
Those
well.
were terrible as well.
Reusing of frames and everything. It was really bad. Oh, nice. That's cool, Shipwreck.
I think
Yeah, I
see,
love
like
Man at Arms.
He-Man to me
That's
always
what it is.
seemed like the low-rent version of Thundar the Barbarian.
Okay. Supposed to hit this or something?
The guy who did the voice for Scrappy Doo died in 2006.
What have I done?
He also played HR Puffin stuff. And Grimace.
Oh, cool, Shipwreck. You should post a picture of your tattoos on the Discord too. Okay, so that opened up that. Yeah, I figured I had to do something. Yeah, I think we're almost to another boss. Ow. Is he not alive? Oh my god.
Yeah, the guy who did the voice for Scrappy did the voice for HR Puffin.
Oh, interesting. I think we're almost to something. There's the save spot, which we will take a break at once I save. Monstar? That sounds familiar. There was a cartoon I really liked called Adventure of the Galaxy Rangers.
The Silverhawks was weird.
Silverhawks.
Well, like the Silverhawks were done by the same people who did the Thundercats, and so they were very similar, just set in different places. You know, had a slightly different shtick.
It's the music.
What was the one? Was it this? No, it wasn't the Silverhawks. What was the one where they would, like, somebody played a guitar and laser beams came out of it?
What was that one? Oh no, wait, was that the Galaxy Rangers? The Galaxy Rangers, it wasn't a guitar.
It was, they were like all, was that Silverhawks?
Was that Silverhawks? Okay.
I couldn't remember.
Rise Quest.
Yeah, that's right, because one of them had a guitar that
Yeah.
fired musical notes.
There's a cowboy who had a guitar. All right. Wow. Arcade Bear. Timed that perfectly.
My problem with Gem is that it will always make me think of Jizz.
Yeah. Which was a
Which was
YouTube
a parody
parody
Gem.
of Gem. If you haven't seen the Jizz videos, you should go check that out.
Ready for action.
Put your hands on your hips. I kill you. Jizz.
Producer of the Trixie. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the video I really liked that he did was Boner Killer, but he
He
pulled
took
it
that
off.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sienna the Anima. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw an interview with him, but it was with that really annoying host who's like,
Ready for
I cannot remember his name.
Ready for action.
But he just kept going, look at her, something like that.
Ready for action.
There's room for one more. Exclamation mark join if you'd like to play. Where are you at? Yeah, 1483. You are really close.
Good luck. You'll certainly need it.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. See you in a second.
Welcome to Neil's Deals. Where else you gonna go?
Ready for action. Ready for battle.
Ready for action.
Ready for battle.
You all heal too much. I need to raise these prices.
Ready for action. Ready for battle.
Ready for action.
Ready
Time's
for
up.
battle.
Have fun watching the floor. something, will ya?
Ready for battle. Ready for battle. Ready for battle. Ready for battle. Ready for action.
Ready for battle.
Is this gold real?
Ready for action.
We're closed. Get out of here.
All right, we're back. I switched back to my other headphones.
He didn't like his voice.
Well, it was it's like talking with your fingers in your ears, and I didn't like that sound. So this sounds pretty good, but not like my fingers are in my ears. So I like that better. Well, when the battle's over, you can always do ! Level up and check to see how close you are. Ugh.
Do you have a drinking problem?
Yeah, I have a drinking problem. Put down the wrong pipe. I muted it so people didn't hear it. It's funny because I could see while the mics were muted, I could see your mic reacting to my cough.
Oh. Well, I've told you before, you have the loudest cough.
Yeah, what was I sick or with a cough? Or what was it that where you sorry. Thanks.
I think it was your allergies. You would get like a tickle
Tickle in my throat and then I go
and you would like projectile cough.
yeah, that's what you call it, projectile coughing. That's right.
I just couldn't figure out how you managed to cough so loudly. Thought you were going to disgorge your insides onto the floor in front of us. Hey, ouch. Yow.
Yeah. Rock is no longer with us. He's looking up at the sky and he's being very still. I don't think he's breathing.
Is he stargazing?
He's stargazing. Moo gazing. You almost have the bronze dragon licked. There you go. Alright, here comes the gold dragon. Gold dragon's tough, so this may be a tough one. Man. My sound effect didn't work.
What? Mountain Dew Dragon? Is that the gold one?
What? I have to have that sucky IQ installed? Ugh. I
What?
hate IQ.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
there's this software for this keyboard that you have to install, and it's like a fucking... Like I was like, why is this download 5 gigs for a keyboard driver? And so I uninstalled it. I was like, I don't need that.
Wrong.
Well, apparently in order to do these keys on the side of the keyboard. Yeah, it's like for a driver of a keyboard. And I'm sure it does fancy patterns with the lights on the keyboard and shit like that. Which standard, it just does like a rainbow across, which is perfectly fine by me. Anyway.
Why does it have to be another app?
Right. Exactly. It doesn't have to be that. So maybe I'll have to. But I did like being able to hit one button and I'd get a broots. And so that is worth that. But I will install it to a different drive. The board. Oh, okay. Well, I just didn't want to have IQ installed at all. So. Are you saying you install IQ, flash it to the keyboard, and then you uninstall it or something like that? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought you meant. All right. Hey, Flaming Baguette. That's awesome. Should I buy the... Because I am eventually going to probably play Metroid Prime again. Should I go ahead and buy the physical copy? Like, is it going to be limited? Or do you think I just get it when you get it? Because I'm not going to be playing it, like, soon. Not limited? Okay.
Is it too unlimited?
So, you know, with all these retro consoles I have, it's been nice. You just throw the game into the console and you're playing that game. So today I was getting the PS3 ready for The Last of Us. And I had to, you got to patch your console. They actually put out a new security patch this week for the PS3. So I had to download that. I had to download 2 patches for The Last of Us. However long they support it in the store. Well, let's see who gets the fry. Shipwreck! And, oh, Flaming Baguette, you can level up. There you go. What'd you get? Plus 7.
The
Not bad.
person I was talking about with who I thought was annoying is Johnny McGovern,
Oh, who was doing the
who was doing the interview
interview?
with Sienna de Anima
Yeah.
doing Look at Her.
All right. So I think Flaming Baguette is our first level 11 character. Who knew that? Who thought that it would have been Flaming Baguette? Because like he was the poster child for like dying at the beginning of Fry's Quest.
Mr. Child for dying.
Okay. Was it? Okay, how many potions do I have? I have 3 potions and 1 high potion. That's not too bad. Yeah. Flaming bread sword. Guess we're going up. This seems like a, yeah, I was gonna say this seems boss like. Clockwork Tower, something like that. It's whatever the name of the stream is.
It's your mom's house.
It's called Your Mom's House.
Oh, an
Machine
unexpected
Tower.
guest. So, Zed hasn't slain you yet? I see you were spying on us. But
Eneomaos?
I am an expert at miraculous escapes.
I don't know.
Despite that, however,
Yeah.
I have fallen into his trap at last.
Trap? What trap?
Well, the space itself is a barrier. Which leads me to question, how did you get here?
On foot. There were no barriers.
Interesting. Most interesting. Yes, that is quite possible.
What are you saying?
Well, in this space, I may be partially freed of the fess of time. Well, that means I can have a direct physical effect here. For example, I could fight you.
So is that your intent? To stop me by force?
Not exactly. By fighting you, all that I need to know will be revealed.
All right. Oh. Uh-oh, what's he gonna do? Oh, is he death? Because you always fight death. You always fight death at the clock tower. Or at least you do a lot. I wonder if he's death. But he can't be stopped by time. Oh, but he can stop me. I would be caught dead in those pants.
I'll forgive you of those sins, but those pumps are unforgivable.
Well, I don't like that he is That's good.
I mean, if I look up Mumra, I should not get a picture of this terrible cosplay.
Huh. You mean from Thundercats?
Yes. This is the picture on the Wikipedia article for Mumra.
No, you shouldn't get cosplay. Hey Murray, how's it going? Fuck. Now that was uncalled for. That's it. We're out of serums. I see. He's changing time. I'm poisoned. Now he's speeding up time. It's like I'm being poisoned faster because time's going faster. I'm almost dead. Alright. That sucked.
Oh, there was also a show called Tiger Sharks.
Tiger Shark.
Yeah, it only lasted one short season, but it was done. All of those were done by Rankin Bass, but it was done like at the same time as Thundercats and Silverhawk.
How was your first day of your bear run, Murray? Or was this the travel day? Now I can't remember which day you left. Yeah.
Well, no, like where Thundercats lasted a few years, and there were well over 60 episodes of Silverhawks. There were only 26 episodes of this show.
Yeah, I guess G.I. Joe. I remember G.I. Joe lasting.
Well, I think it just got repeated a lot. I don't know that they were made that many of them. They just seem to run those same ones forever.
Well, we were both big Transformer fans too. Autobots, roll out.
Oh.
So travel and first day.
The original Transformers is not. They kept making new series, but like for me, it's probably the original ones that I thought were the best.
No time, advance! Stop! You can't move!
Yeah, see, time doesn't stop him. Away. I need to block him. Block. The real Ghostbusters. Yeah. But I had more than two.
Yeah, for me, it's like the first generation Transformer show is the only one I really ever want to see.
Yeah.
And you know, then there was that movie that I saw when I was 11 And yes, I cried when Optimus Prime died. And I'm proud of it. I was very invested in it at the age of 11. Well, I think what they did really well in that first sort of generation of those shows, was they had this very set group of characters, and there was always this interaction between them. Like, it was all pretty. You knew what was happening. It was much like TV is now. Actually, it was all very serialized. And the story would go over like the whole season. No, I saw it in the movie theater.
Yep, same.
I think it was me and one of my friends at the time. I think like my mom took us and dropped us off. She didn't want to watch that shit.
Swirl.
I have never seen
Hey, Vanny.
that.
I have not seen Spice World either. Ah, it got me.
I mean,
Mental.
I was not a huge Spice Girls fan.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Trying to decide if I should go get more potions. I think I'm gonna try that. Well, I don't know if I have that much. I don't know if I have that much gold.
British musical comedy films. How they
Welcome.
made in a similar vein to the Beatles' A Hard Day's Night.
Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Thank you.
What was so scary about Scary Spice?
Will that do it? Anything else? Will that do it? Anything else? Thanks as always.
I think.
What will it be today?
Oh my god, Roger Moore lowered himself to be in that?
What will it be today?
Was he really?
Yes, he was in that. Alan Cumming was in it. George Wendt was in it. Meatloaf.
Will that do it? Anything else? Will that do it? Thank you.
All right, so I should have. Oh, I should have bought more. Let's buy.
Will that do it? Anything else? Will that do
Ethan
it?
Ross
Anything
was in it.
else? Will that do it? Thank you. Thanks
All right.
as always. Come
All
back
right, so I
again.
think we got a lot. And they had dirt on people.
I mean, with the number of people in this, it kind of reminds me.
It's a mad world or something.
No, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the movie, that terrible movie from the late 70s with the Bee Gees.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
And like wasn't and Elton John was in that.
Yes.
And it wasn't Billy Preston Sergeant Pepper.
Oh, I don't remember. All right. Let's save again. I should have enough potions now to defeat this guy.
And Earth, Wind, and Fire was in it for some reason.
Really?
Yes. As themselves. As the elements of Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Ah.
Yes, Billy Preston was the magical Sergeant Pepper Golden Weather Vane come to life. And Peter Frampton was in it, playing Billy Shears. Gary Glitter, didn't he end up in jail or something? Or something like that? I can't remember. Oh yeah, and like they had a crazy number of people in that movie just as cameos. Peter Allen, George Benson, Elvin Bishop, Stephen Bishop, Jack Bruce, Keith Carradine was in it, Carol Channing.
Oh my. That was terrible, Carol Channing.
Jim Dandy. Yes, it was. The Harlettas.
I have to listen to her before I could.
Sarah Dash, Rick Derringer. Donovan was in that. Yvonne Elliman, Jose Feliciano, Leif Garrett, Hart, Barry Humphries as Dame Edna Everidge, Etta James, DC LaRue, Bruce Johnson, Curtis Mayfield.
All right. Doing pretty good right now. I don't want to curse myself.
Oh, great. Well, she's like joined them and left them a couple times, I believe. Universal had high hopes for Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, anticipating it as this generation's Gone with the Wind.
What? The Gen X Gone with the Wind is probably not Gen X.
No,
that was
it
probably
would've-
Boomer.
Boomers, yeah. Is there a? I mean, how much cocaine and Quaaludes does it take to come to that opinion?
So what is Gone with the Wind the Greatest Generations movie then?
Well, I mean, Gone with the Wind is basically the movie that has earned the most over time. If you adjust for inflation and the number of times it's been released, nothing has really overtaken it. It's kind of like the song that has made the most money is White Christmas.
Yeah. Crap. So close to getting this. Oh my goodness.
No, I
I
haven't.
have not heard that.
I'm pretty sure that's what killed him.
That's what killed Michael Jackson.
Fergie's voice killed Michael Jackson.
Have a good one, Murray. There, I got him.
Hey, Murray. Murray. Be careful of the dark room.
Second phase. He time reversed his health. Can't. Oh, where's my guy? He's dead. I'm just using all my innocent devils. There's my last potion. Yeah! Got him.
I surrender. I promise not to interfere with you again.
Very well.
I now see how fascinating time, or rather, fate, truly is.
Just who are you?
A traveler. Only half here. Not allowed to speak the truth. Not allowed to act upon reality. Yet, one who knows all. That about covers it.
I see. Not allowed to speak the truth.
Please forget everything I have told you. A traveler merely passes through, touching nothing, changing nothing. But there is one thing I can tell you.
What is that?
I feel a new destiny flowing out of you. Walk the path
That
that
was
is
they
meant
call it.
for you, without fear, for you are no longer alone. Give my regards to Zed when you see him.
Okay. Okay. I have no idea what just happened. Where's the heal spot? Put it on the other side. So now, are all my... Okay, good. Not where I came in, right? Nope. Or should we go back and save? We should probably go back and save. This is what always gets me, is I beat the boss and then they don't have a save right after the boss. And so then you die. And then you have to fight the boss again. And I do not want to fight that boss again. He was a very difficult boss. And hey, Growl Cub, how's it going? To sell more bosses. Senior fries. I don't know if he's looking at chat. It's not going to be an ongoing bit.
I'm mean to you? Was I mean to you ever? I don't remember being mean to you. I just didn't know you from your handle on here.
Oh, it's a new familiar.
I mean, I didn't actually forget you. I didn't know who you were based on Twitch's idea of you. And since there is no pictures here, but I know who you are now, and we're friends on Facebook, and we have met in real life. And Jay posted on his Discord a picture of people with your giant head in it.
I did.
So here, I will give you this. You can join his Discord and find the picture that has your head over top like the sun or something.
Well, he remembers that.
It's kind of like Teletubbies. Except that was a baby as the sun.
Are you a baby? No, you oversee all.
I'd forgotten about it until you put it out.
Had forgotten about what?
I'd forgotten about that picture until you put it up. Can't remember where you put it.
Oh, you forgot about that picture? Yeah, I put it in photographs.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, no, it's a. You're a photograph.
All images of you are peaceful. And humble, too. That was like the weirdest trip I ever went on. And that was the most I ever paid for the worst hotel room.
I mean, where you I just remember, like, when you fell, you kind of took half the wallpaper with you.
Yeah, they didn't really care. It was just tension rod.
Right.
And
but they had like glued it to the wall.
And it was stuck to the wallpaper.
Yeah.
So when the tension rod lost tension, and I fell with it in the curtain, it pulled the wallpaper with it. And it just pulled piece after piece after piece.
Yeah, it was in the middle. Like half the rooms were renovated. Like Ron was staying in a room that I think had been renovated, and we got one of the unrenovated rooms. Well, so I think that hotel is no longer in use.
Well, that's really a shame that other people don't.
Yeah, I think it went out of business.
Experience that location.
But yeah, I think the pandemic killed it.
I know that they ended up owing a bunch of people money, because I can remember people chatter about it. There was like a Facebook group.
I definitely wouldn't want to run a bear run. It always seems like a pain.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have to organize something for a bunch of catty bitches.
Till it wasn't.
I mean, I don't really...
Oh, wow. The hotel flooded 2 weeks before the event. Wow.
Honestly, I can just sort of take or leave those events. I mean, the one that was always here was Tidal Wave, and Tidal Wave was basically just everybody got in a pool, and I'm like, I live in Florida, I have a pool. Bear Pride was a good event. I used to like Bear Pride was fun because it was at the same time as IML, so you could like watch the leather people but not have to actually deal with them.
It feels like they're just sitting here throwing a ton of these creatures at me.
Well, I mean, the thing about Tidal Wave is like nothing happens, but being in a pool, basically.
Yeah, it used to be more themed around going to Wet n Wild, and then Wet n Wild went out of business. And then they were trying to do it at one of the Disney water parks, and that fell through. So it was just like...
Well, I mean...
Then it was just the host hotel pool.
Wet n Wild didn't go out of business. Went and
Well, it's got
Universal
sold.
Universal killed them.
Yeah. It got closed.
Jay's company would have these dinners at Christmas, and they would be in a hotel. And one time we went, and they were having this crazy, intricate Indian wedding.
Yeah, it next to it. Yeah.
We had to walk through it to get to where we were. They put something there. I think it was parking. Well, they're building that other park.
Yeah, they're building where Mario Land is going to be. Super Mario World.
I'm not looking forward to it. I know you are, but I have a feeling it's going to be sized for Chinese people and not.
Yeah.
Because what I heard about the one in Los Angeles is that it's basically exactly the same as that one overseas.
Well, maybe they'll learn the lesson. But you know what? You have that problem at all the Universal rides. So it probably won't be sized appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, going to Universal is not super fun for me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's be completely honest about it. I don't want to go outside in the state of Florida for 9 months out of the year. The idea of walking around a theme park is not super great to me.
It's not super effective.
What they've put there is like a hotel and the Endless Summer Resort, which there's a license plate here that's Endless Summer, and every time I see it, it pisses me off.
All right, let's go. Come down to Orlando. We're going to Super Mario World. Well, it won't be up till like 2025.
Well, I can remember getting fast passes to the Seven Dwarves Mine Train and not being able to get in it. And they don't have a test bar. And I was like, if I had stayed in line for this, for the 200 minutes to stand in line, and gotten up here and found out I couldn't fit in this ride, you would have a serious problem. I couldn't ride the Jimmy Fallon ride.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, do we need to have a fries fest or something like that? All damage suffered will be borne by your innocent devil. Ooh. Interesting. That's actually really good.
I mean, yeah, we could have get a Fries Con. We could have it at a Super 8 motel. We could have it at the Gaylord. Just because that would be funny.
Just because of the name.
Because of the Gaylords. They are Lord of the Gays. Well, I mean... Well, PrizeCon wouldn't necessarily be a bear run. But at a bear run, you never want to get in the pool after the first day.
Oh yeah.
I mean, today it was gross and sticky,
I know, and it's just now March.
and it's March 3rd.
I know.
When I drove to work this afternoon, it was 90 degrees.
Oh wow, they would actually drain the pool? Good for them. Oops, I meant to do this.
And tomorrow it's going to be 90. And we haven't seen rain in months.
I know, it hasn't rained ever.
We have a 40% chance on Monday.
Go back this way.
Which means it probably won't. Well, today was a red flag day. Like, they thought there were going to be fires.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Hey, virtual. Virtual Void, welcome. I think we're going this way. Cool. Well, I guess, yeah, the T, the B, the R, and the U is coming up.
Oh, Lord. I haven't done that. Probably since we met.
Well, there was that one year right after we met, you went.
Yeah, I had already bought all the stuff. And it was too big then. I can't even imagine what it is like now. I don't think they do it in that hotel anymore, that Crown Plaza that they were doing it in. Which we drove by when we were in Dallas.
Yeah. Uh-oh. So do I need to go? So am I backtracking? What it seems like. But where? Multiple hotels.
Well, they were
Yeah.
doing multiple hotels when it was at that Crown Plaza because it would overflow, like it overflowed into a hotel next door, and then another one, and then another one, then like one down the street. But I mean, the problem was is if you weren't in that hotel, it was, or one of the ones right close to it, it was not a great event. And that was the big problem with Tidal Wave, is that if you weren't in that host hotel, then like the whole event is at the hotel and there's no place to park.
Yeah, it was. I remember Tidal Wave was cool because they kind of synced up with Disney's Gay Days, and so you kind of had that going for it too. Ah, there we go. It's gotta be it. Aha! I do remember this now. It's a beautiful layered section of metals expertly combined. Alright, so I bet you that will definitely allow me to upgrade my armor.
Oh, they're doing it at the Hyatt Regency downtown.
Oh. Or maybe it's a sword. Aha! It is. Right, here we go. Oh, look at that. I don't know how to pronounce that. Polich Amarde? It's a very fancy sword. See. Gotta do a lot of damage. That's all I have to say. There also better be a save spot somewhere. You're... Only certain friends will be able to see it. People with fans, too. At least I'm like carving these people up. Oh, thank you for resubbing. Why is there so many skeletons? Crap. Okay. Okay, we are in the ruins. We did find a new area. Still no safe spot, but we found a new area.
It's a raid!
Hey, everybody! I don't know why all my lights didn't go off, but welcome.
I mean, they
Hey,
never.
Student Dr. Ben.
They never go off. Or
Well, no,
stop.
nothing went off. Well, there, the lights just went off. There it goes.
That works great.
Yeah, that's a Twitch thing usually. Hey, welcome everybody. How's it going? What were you playing? Oh, thanks for following. Student Dr. Ben was playing Jackbox Party Packs. That's cool. That reminds me. I mean, well, it's March. Yeah, next month. Next month is my 3-year stream anniversary, and we'll probably play some Jackbox stuff at that. We'll probably do a 12-hour stream and stuff. So, yeah, thanks for following. Welcome, everybody. I'm Jay Fries. We are playing Castlevania Curse of Darkness, one of the PS2 Castlevanias. On a PS2. I have a PS2. I have a PS3 sitting on a PS2. That gives it... This is my PS5 right here. When you combine a 3 and a 2, you get a PS5. Well, thanks for all the follows. I hope everyone had a... How did your... Ben, how did your stream go? How did it go? I have a PS1, so I could put the PS1 on the PS3. I also have a PS4, so I could stack them all up. Then what would that be?
Nothing.
Well, what I was saying earlier was I really hated, like I'm getting ready. The next game I'm playing is The Last of Us, based on the hit TV show. And I'm playing the original PS3 version, and I had to download the patch. Then I had to download the system update for the PS3 because they actually put a new one out this week. And then I had to download 2 patches for The Last of Us. Where like this one, just put it into the PS2 and I'm playing it. This is the beginning of the end. But thanks everyone. Thanks again for the raid, Dr. Ben. Let's do a quick clip. It is not the PS3 remastered version. It's just The Last of Us. The original The Last of Us. Nothing extra. No remake. No remaster. I think the remastered was the PS4 version. I don't think they remastered the PS3 version. I think that was the PS4 version. And then didn't they remaster it for PS5 just recently? So, yeah. All right, let's watch a clip real quick. And thanks again for the raid. Oh, here's the jackpot.
A new casino
party.
game you're definitely going to lose money on. Prostitution or 52 mother pickup.
Jesus. Jesus.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Progress. God damn.
Progress.
God damn progress. That deserves to be clipped, I think.
Nice. I was that from tonight? I tweeted it out. Did I not put it on the Discord? I'd rather you put it on the Discord. Go put it on the Discord. Oh, here I should I retweeted it last night, but I didn't think about putting it on my Discord. All right, so we are playing Castlevania: Curse of Darkness. I think I already said that. Which is a 3D Castlevania. Yeah, you won't post. It won't post. It doesn't allow you to put links in. Yeah. Well, it's all the Castlevania games are this of this. Hey, Israel. Well, welcome back. Why can't I kill this wizard? The fans broke off your desktop GPU. Oh, okay. Wow. Why are these like, why are they? I see. Oh, the camera. Making me dizzy. like they haven't ramped up the difficulty. They've just added more creatures. I guess that's I guess that's part of it. Yeah. That's all we had back then were magazines. We didn't have the internet.
Oh no.
What's oh now?
The fans broke off.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Been looking at magazines from 80s and 70s.
The radio.
The
yeah,
Radio
Neil's
Shack
here now.
catalogs or
Yeah.
the Radio Shack ads and magazines. I used to love to go to Radio Shack and get the catalog.
I used to go to Radio Shack
I was always
all the time.
I was excited when it would come out.
Oh, the catalog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely remember like building a computer and getting those giant computer thick magazines or books where you could just
Like the computer shopper.
go to the
It
computer
looked like
shopper.
a telephone directory.
Yes.
Trash 80. Or a Coco.
So I had Trash 80s in my high school. That's what I learned to program on in high school, was Trash 80s. Yeah, I mean my first IBM computer had a CGA card in it, which only did 4 color.
Yeah, it was funny having that after having a Commodore 64, which had more colors.
Yeah, that's true. Which I could never understand. I was like, but my Commodore has more colors than this. Why? Why is it? I would be like, why is this better? I don't understand why this is better. Old stock SVGA monitors? Oh, cool.
Like CRT monitor?
Get them. Kill them. There we go. Oh, there's another one. Who of these guys are there? God. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, well, I remember when I had my IBM. I'm pretty sure it was a 8XT? Anyway, it had a 20 megabyte hard drive, and I was like, 20 megabytes?
I'll never fill it.
I'll never fill 20 megabytes. No way I'm never gonna fill 20 megabytes. That's all you ever need.
Yeah, ST225 was a 20 megabyte hard drive I had. But I had the original 5-slot PC.
Alright, we're gonna summon Harvey. I like Harvey. Harvey's my favorite one. Harvey's dead. Let's summon Ulk. Ulk will pound these guys into the ground. Brute force level 2. Oh, start brute forcing. Where are you going? We gotta go this way. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break soon too. Next, when I find a save room, I will be taking a break. Because I need more Diet Coke. Level up! Right. Oh. $10. What does bear? It changed. It changed all the lights behind me. So see my Space Invader? It is now the bear flag colors. Yeah, and then all my lights are those colors as too. Yes, and then Pride changes them to multicolor. Now they actually shift. It doesn't just stay. It's not static. Oh, see, I need to be wearing the lightning ring. Wait, do I not have a lightning ring? Why did I think I had a lightning ring? Oh, get the... No. For Bear Pride, I would get thrown off Twitch. And I kind of like my Twitch channel. Kill the wolf. I killed him and walked through the door in the one fell swoop. So this current ring that I have, or brooch, that takes it's this one, the sacrifice brooch. Any damage that I'm taking is actually going to my demon, to this guy, and then I can collect hearts to keep him healthy. So for once, the hearts in Castlevania actually do represent health, because they usually don't. We want to go this way. Now there you go. Go kill that guy. Fuck. Hey, Sam. Yeah, I mean, it's been cool so far. It's interesting because you have these little companions that you level up at the same time. This thing is shooting at me, and it is annoying. And it doesn't seem to be like a very long game. It's like something you could just kind of mindlessly go through. At least that's what I've been doing. It hasn't taken a lot of thought, which is cool. I don't like thought. I mean, I like thought, but not all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little disappointed with it. To me, they sort of broken the story.
I didn't think it was as good as the other ones, definitely. I liked some of the scenes.
It was visually okay, the acting was better, the story was better in that it was like the people were acting like I would expect the people to act, which, like most of Picard hasn't acted like Picard.
That's true. Picard does act like Picard.
But I'm having trouble understanding what Amanda Plummer has to do with the rest of the story going on. Well, the writing is better this time than it has been.
Yeah. It's tough because it's still serialized, and you don't. We've seen 3/10 of a movie, right?
It's not as bad as it's been, but it could be better.
Yeah, it's been some really good scenes, but again, it's just like pieces of a whole. Yeah, like all the stuff that you didn't like, it's like, how does this all fit together? It's like, well, you've only seen a part of a movie, so you probably won't. Well, what we said was they better explain.
Well, no, I mean, they're having an A story and a B story.
Yeah.
Which are somehow assumed to be interrelated.
Right.
I mean, and the whole thing with changelings makes sense, but
yeah. Spoilers.
Well, I mean, sorry, but I mean, if you're going to talk about it, you're going to talk about it. But I don't understand how that ties into Amanda Plummer. Beyond tired of flashbacks.
Crap, I'm losing all my...
Well, I mean, it's not like the first season was terrible,
Yeah.
and the second season was fucking ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how they could have made the backstory of a character less interesting.
Well, I think the big thing was that Picard wasn't acting like Picard, and I feel like he is acting like Picard in this season. But I am almost dead. Do I have anything? I have nothing. Alright, let's get out of here. Where's this gonna take me? I hate shit like this. That's gonna take me so far back. But we're alive. That's what matters. And we keep all of our stuff. And we can take a break.
Oh, Tom Sizemore died after his brain aneurysm. He was in Saving Ryan's Privates.
All right. Let us play some Fry's Quest.
Oh, we're getting Jack in the Crack.
Oh, they're putting a new Jack in the Box in Orlando?
Jack in the Box is coming to Orlando.
Oh my. It's been doing well, Zab. I feel like, well, I beat one boss, which was pretty big. And then there's been another one that's been,
Welcome to Neil's
that's
Deal.
was tough.
Where
And
else you gonna
so,
go?
I guarantee you it'll be nowhere near us because we never get anything
yeah,
here.
we just don't want that Bojangles to open up near us.
I swear to God, I don't know how people can pick such
Ready for
inconvenient
action.
fucking place to live.
Ready for battle.
Ready for battle.
No refunds, no exchanges.
Ready for battle.
All right, if you played last game, now you can join. There you go.
Ready for action.
DeSantis appointee to new Disney Oversight Board suggested tap water could turn people gay.
I wish I was in Justin's stream right now. I would type exclamation mark
Ready
frogs.
for battle.
He has a sound clip of Alec Jones to music about how the frogs are turning everyone. You know, the frogs are gay from the water.
We're closed. Get out of here.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. See you in a little bit.
Welcome to Neil's Deals. Where else you gonna go?
Ready for battle.
Ready for battle.
Ready for action.
Ready for action. Ready for action.
Ready for action.
Ready for battle.
We're closed. Get out of here. husband, will ya? I reformulated my potions with 25% less lead.
Ready for battle.
Ready for action.
Ready for battle.
All sales are final.
Ready for battle.
Ready for action.
Ready for battle.
Ready for battle.
Don't you know who my husband is? Get out of here!
We're back. And I'm trying the headphones again. Maybe I'll get used to them. We'll see. One thing I noticed was I get tinnitus. I have a ringing in my ears constantly. And I noticed with the other headphones, I was getting it. It was escalating. But with these, it wasn't. So I'm like, well, if I can have less tinnitus, I will wear these and get used to the talking into the microphone thing. So I will work on that. I wonder if it would be better if I turned on the monitoring on my mic. I wonder if that's better. Well, it's a little bit better. It's not too bad. I hope so too, Zap. Uh-oh, y'all got a gold dragon. I don't know if I like hearing my voice the whole time. See my ears. Oh shit. Arcade Bear. Oh. Uh-oh. This is not good. This is not going well. Keep hearing the yelling. Oh, of course, Growlick the Cub. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's true, that's true. Yeah, when you only have 5 hit points, that can be pretty difficult. Hey, you got the white dragon down. Oh man, yeah, this is not turning out very well. Oh yeah, Potions can only be used on yourself. Yeah, unlike healing in the store, you can purchase healing in the store for other people, but the potion is only for yourself. Uh-oh. I don't know. Are only level 11? No, not necessarily, because you had a skeleton in here that was level 1. This was 6 random monsters. And you just chose a level 16 and a level 15. It was just really unlucky roll. Yeah, weighted. That's the attacks on y'all are weighted random. Hey. Wait a second. I think the programmer is awesome. And can do no wrong. So obviously you're wrong. I do have commands to kill. I wonder what would happen if I killed someone who was already dead. Do what? I can't hear you.
They would die the true death. You've been playing enough Castlevania to know what that is.
Yeah.
Was there still a bell pepper in the refrigerator? Or was
There's
it
one
up
last
bad?
one. Yeah.
I just saw that mosquito hopper.
You see it?
It's in the
Oh, it's right there.
Where's the fly swat?
in the under the sink, I think.
Oh.
It went down. Oh, nope, there it is.
Where?
It just went.
Died.
Nope, it's up there. Get it?
I killed a giant mosquito hawk. There you go.
Oh, do you need what's a bialy?
I killed all the players with my programming, and I killed a mosquito hawk. That was buzzing me. Yeah, it was that annoying. Well, sorry. You can't win them all. All right, let's get back to some Castlevania. Exactly. Proud monster dad. Good job, guys. Good job. Okay. I hate that I died.
Get over it.
Damascus Steel.
Oh, Damascus Steel is well known.
Is it?
Yeah, that was like the best sword material in the known world for a long time.
All right, so let's we're gonna go to the shop.
Come on in. What can I get you today? What
See
will
what
it
I
be
can
today?
sell. Look at all this extra stuff I have. Got a lot of red steel.
Is that rusted?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Thank you. Will that do it? Anything else?
I did.
All right, I think
Thanks as
Go
always.
that.
What will it be today?
Oh, one of these.
Too bad. Thanks as always. What will it be today?
Have I done?
What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah.
Will that do it? Anything else?
Oh, that.
That was bad Janet Jackson.
Oh, okay.
What have you done for me lately?
Oh, what
Ooh,
have you
ooh,
done
ooh,
for
yeah.
me lately?
Except that way. What have you done for me lately? Ooh, yeah.
All right. Need 2. Need 1 magical
Will that do
ticket.
it? Anything else?
I've got a golden ticket.
Will that do it? Anything else? Thanks as always. Come back again.
Okay. Oh, it's fine. I was like, what is that flapping sound? Okay. So, we'll now use one of the memorial tickets. Back. The save spot. Look, we have bottles of Diet Coke. I mean, we're seriously just trying to get anything that's on sale. Okay. Gotta figure out our way all the way back. Go all the way back to... We did. We went all the way back to the beginning of the level.
Congratulations. Or did you not mean to do that?
Well, the problem is I ran out of potions and stuff. And so basically, I have a magical ticket that sends me back to the last save point.
Mm-hmm.
And so that I don't die. If I'm going to lose all the progress, I don't want to lose all my experience points and all the stuff that I've accumulated.
Yeah.
And so, essentially the same. It's like dying because you're going back to the last save spot, but you're not like losing all your stuff.
Yeah.
So I guess in that sense it's better. Hey, Game Pups, how's it going?
It's Game Pups.
Okay, I already got this.
Of course you did.
It's the arcade mode. Did you do arcade mode? You didn't do arcade mode.
I don't see one.
Yeah. It's not on the list of activities.
I'm still trying to collect enough channel points.
I think this way. I'm doing these fights again too because
Insert common list food order. Oh, tell us what it is. What are your hands full of? Let me guess. Jalapeno cornbread. That's my guess. No, I mean, it's the only food that we've talked about.
He was just calling back to what he was talking about before.
I am curious now, though, what it is you have. It's funny. Tonight I made jambalaya, and I made it much hotter than I would normally make it.
He made it hot.
Everybody ate it though, so I guess
it
it
was
wasn't
good. Although it kind of upset my stomach a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's the danger of it.
Yeah.
I tried it and I was like, this doesn't have any heat to it. It should have a little. And let me put some in, and then, oh my god!
All right. Later. Okay. Oh no, I remember going that way. I would, if you're gonna do a costume redemption, I would not doing it right now, because I'm probably gonna only be streaming another 45 minutes. Make more sense to wait and do it at the beginning of a stream. But it's up to y'all. However you want to spend your channel token.
Well, they could go for a hat or something. Sometimes he takes it out.
It should be there. I see it there. There you go. Did you play the theme from Zelda that plays while Link is at the ferry? I don't know. Because the ferry's in the water. Okay. Alright, well hold on just a second. Well, Neil just walked off. Alright, hold on just a second. Sorry, I muted it. Neil's gonna come talk to you. I'll be right back.
I only show up when he's going to put on a costume. An old-time fun fact. Okay. Let's see. Well, it's really a new time fun fact. Today's fun fact will be the loudness war. So there's a situation called the loudness war that's been going on in recordings for years, where they've been steadily ramping up the loudness. So if you get an album that was pressed many, many years ago, it will seem quieter but have a larger dynamic range between the softest and largest parts. But get that same album now, and they will have compressed it to the point that it loses dynamic range, meaning everything is about at the same level and is extremely loud, if not overdriven. This has been going on since the mid-90s. I don't know if that's the kind of thing you wanted, but that's what I decided to tell you. I mean, the new vinyl is okay, but, it kind of depends, and it's good to research who's doing it. And there are certain vendors who put out better copies, like Analog Productions is one. Oh, it seems like there's a Bowser behind me. Grr.
Grr. I'm back. I'm back. And I'm back and Bowser as ever. Alright. Do I have a fun fact? No. How's that for a fun fact? That I don't have a fun fact. I'm trying to remember which way to go in this game. That's the way I came in. So I came in from this direction. Okay, yes. I remember this now. Your love and erection? That's a whole different thing.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I was talking, and I'm not shirking you. I just didn't notice. I can't seem to make anyone happy.
All right. Have a good one, Flaming Baguette. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. Search the jacket. Oh, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter and everything like that.
Look, when I met you in person, I thought you were adorable. It's not that I forgot you. I just didn't know who you were by this name. And I've told you this. And you keep acting like that's not the case. And it is the case. Like, I'm sorry I don't know all of your aliases.
Yeah, I don't remember. Did you have, like, when you go to a bear run, you have these little name tags. Did you have Growlithe Cub on your name
No, he
tag?
had his name on it.
Yeah.
If you had given me your name, I would have said, oh, hey, how are you doing it? Because I know what your name is. I'm being nice and not saying it on stream so people can't look you up. But,
Hey, Psycho Conway, how's it going?
I swear, you can't make anybody happy.
You kind of sounded like the shopkeeper from Price Quest right there.
I don't think I went into that voice.
It sounded a
But I
little
mean,
bit.
there's a bit of me and him. It's
That's
just
true.
the way it goes.
That's true.
I could make you happy if I wanted to. And in what way? What would make you happy? My death?
Where do you get that? So, you gotta remember that Neil, like, flirting doesn't work with Neil.
Well, flirting over text doesn't work great either. I'm on the attack. No, I'm just. I don't know.
I'm doing well, Psycho Conway.
I just can't make everybody happy. Well, I almost kissed you in person, just just for shits and giggles, but
I thought.
no. Oh, Skycam.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Skycam. You can actually see that I am playing the game. That game looks awfully bright.
There's no way that I'm going to be able to win this. So
No.
I'm just gonna stop talking.
There's no win or lose. It's how you play the game.
No, I'm a loser.
Yeah, Israel, I probably will play it eventually. Alright, have a good one, Zab. Hey, Pass, how's it going? So I think we want to just keep going this way. It's snowing. Oh, cool.
I'm jealous. It was 90 here today and hazy, and they were calling for a situation for wildfires.
Yeah. You know what? That's a good idea, Vanny. I do not have a list. I don't have a command for the list of upcoming games, but I will tell you what the upcoming games are. I have a button that does it. So we're playing Last of Us next. I actually have, if you look closely, did not do. Oh yeah, it did. I have the PS3 here. The PS3 is sitting on the PS2.
We've been through that already.
Yeah, well, new people and then we're gonna play another Castlevania game, which I don't remember the name of it, and it's too tiny on the screen. Pokemon Black. What did you sure say?
He's talking about past his age, but evidently he posted it in the chat, and I don't know. I missed it.
I must have missed it too. Lords of Shadow Castlevania on the PS3, so a PS3 Castlevania game. I was excited about that one because Patrick Stewart's voice was in it. Donkey Kong Country, Xenoblade Chronicles, and God of War. Still no Dreamcast. Still no Dreamcast. We'll get there. I'm sure someone will.
We have a Dreamcast.
We do. I have some Dreamcast games that just haven't been voted on. In fact, I added a few more Dreamcast games at your suggestion to the list, so they will be added to the vote for next time we vote. We're gonna do Typing of the Dead. By the way, I'm joking. We're not doing Typing of the Dead. Evil Dead, Hail to the King? That sounds familiar. Wasn't that the name of the movie? Hail to the King, baby.
I doubt you're older than me.
And I'm older than Neil.
1992? God, I was in high school.
I was in college.
I'm old. I was born in the mid 70s. Which means as a child, I got to see the world before global warming. And then got to grow up and live in it. Even though I hate heat and end up in Florida.
The cuddly chat.
Well, it was funny. It was either the early 2000s or the late 90s. I was telling a friend of mine that it seemed hotter. And he's told me that I was just older and fat.
Nice.
And I'm like, I don't think that's what it is. Well, to be fair, I mean, he was also fat, so. It wasn't like some skinny bitch telling me I was fat.
There's someone going, "Hey, big man."
No, hey big man was always homeless people. Or just like people on the street who wanted to get my attention.
Yeah.
And they would just yell, "Hey big man. Big man." And I would always, usually I wouldn't even acknowledge it, but occasionally I would turn and be like, "Do you really think that's what I'm going to respond to?"
Yeah, I was there for one of those.
Oh yeah, I guess you were.
It was in Virginia.
Yeah. Oh, I mean that usually happened in Virginia. That usually happened in Virginia, because that was a city. Like, I mean, it's not like I walk around anywhere here.
That's too hot. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's nowhere really. What am I going to go downtown to the 10 square blocks of downtown?
The what was that place that you worked? And you were like, "Why are all these people walking around? They need to get a car." What was it?
What are you talking about, Ion?
No, what the hell?
Oh, what the hell? Oh yeah, around the mall.
Yeah, but not the mall. That one lake. What was that called? That had it. Uptown. Uptown?
Crane's Roost.
Crane's Roost.
Crane's Roost Lake, and they called it Uptown Altamont, but it was just a fake place.
Fake lake. So many things in Florida are fake, and we can blame Disney for that.
Yes, it's amazing what they can make out of fiberglass and some paint.
Yeah. I definitely am doing more damage with this sword.
I mean, yes, the castle is fiberglass.
Yeah.
I mean, that it's very good though. It's pretty convincing. Like there is some the stuff that is fiberglass that really looks fake is when they try to make something wood out of it. Like they make something that's supposed to look like wood, but it's fiberglass. And that's mostly just because it doesn't wear correctly.
Okay, this seems like it's an infinite number of these creatures, so we're just getting out.
They blur the crotch of Jack Black in that movie.
What?
I guess that's what he's saying. I'm not sure.
Oh, no. And so he was in the costume on the Kelly Clarkson show. And did they blur his crotch? Was it that bad? I'll have to go back and look at that now.
Yes, because, you know, all my life I've heard about Jack Black's gargantuan penis.
They did blur it, yeah.
Jack Black has big American penis.
Hi. Alright, he died. Yep, he is in a Speedo frequently in his
I never looked at his TikTok.
He did a lot more during the pandemic.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of people did. Plus the TikTok algorithm
Some people
got
started
terrible.
streaming during the pandemic. Like
I did it for a hot minute.
TikToks?
Until I got COVID, I think. I think that was what killed it.
No,
And that
it
what-
was.
It was, I got sick and then
it was the Supreme Court.
No, but I got sick first.
Oh, okay.
And then the Supreme Court.
He goes, I hate the Supreme Court.
No, it's just like they were all supposed to be positivity videos, and I'm just like, I can't be positive after this.
Yeah.
And I did it. I did them to begin with because somebody on Facebook that I was not happy about anything or something. So I made ridiculous videos in retaliation.
Right, I'm definitely leveling up, which is good. It's gonna help me in the long run.
In the long run?
In the long run. Yeah.
Yes, I use the same ID on TikTok if you really want to go see any of them.
Yeah. Didn't you say some people had found him recently?
I mean, people find them occasionally. Usually, I don't think it's because of me. I think it's because I always tagged the music I used, and I used all this weird music.
Hi. Get everything?
The cause stream.
Is that what this is? Yeah, I don't mind wearing my Bowser onesie. Oh yeah, these things. This way? Things, terrible things.
Jason and I will make bad original series Star Trek references to each other. We even put it on the inside of our wedding rings.
We did. Oh, is that a safe spot? There's a save spot right here all along. What? How did I miss this earlier?
Weren't looking.
Things, terrible things. Switch back to Devil.
Is it the devil you know or the devil you don't?
It's the devil I know.
Or the devil inside?
Inside, devil inside. Every single one of us, the devil inside.
You know that guy died, right?
Did he? Hutchins?
Yeah, Hutchison, whatever his name was.
Hutchins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died.
Can't remember.
And when you started singing that, he rolled over.
Well, that I do believe. I've already done all this.
When you play this game, it sounds like we're driving through Louisiana.
No one's gonna get that.
Oh, but you do. Well, they would if they've ever driven through Louisiana.
There's a lot of highways with jointed concrete. Neil thinks that the PS2's disk drive sounds like driving over jointed concrete.
Well, it makes the same cadence of sound. But you have to be, like, running. When you're running, it seems to do it.
Guess I killed it. I killed it. Let's see if I can do this. Yep. I can freeze them in time. Of course. Now he's not going to have enough energy to stop time. He died.
You be dead.
Next. Guy too? That was quick. They're just too fast. Finally. I hate the 5 ocean limit too. That's so random. Oh, I saw. I don't want to miss another save room. Oh, I hope I got that meat. Although I guess it doesn't matter. I'm fully. That looks like a safe spot. That looks like a... Actually, that may be a teleport thing. Oh no, it's a safe spot. It's a safe spot. I wonder if there's a boss right. Hey, everybody! How's it going? Welcome. Welcome. Hey, Misty Dawn. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing? Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Neil played that game. What did you think of Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Neil?
Is that the last one?
Yeah, that was the last one.
It was good. The Kirby games are always a little short, but I mean they're good.
Yeah. Well, we're playing Castlevania Curse of Darkness on the PS2. How did your stream go? It's great, yeah. I've watched him play it a little bit. Of course, I want to play all the Kirby games from the beginning. So break out your Game Boys, because I'm going to play the original. So, anyway. Hope you had a great stream. I am level 39. Let's do a quick thank you. Well, it's a whole thing. If you haven't ever seen my whole Bowser oh, it's not just a hoodie.
It's a bit much.
It's a bit much, Neil says, but I like the tail. The tail's my favorite part. Oh, I was going to do a shout out clip.
I still can't believe someone spent 5,000 channel points to do that so late in the evening.
I know. I said. All right.
And also new.
There you go. Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
As for games I've been playing, like outside of streaming, I've been like,
Do you remember this part?
it's a mixture of like Stardew and
yes.
Final Fantasy 14. Been trying to, just go through the new content.
Except I don't think I did that
content.
good.
Just a bunch.
You mean that well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting what people clip. That's all I'll say. Yeah. People clip the weirdest things sometimes. But thanks again for the raid. Welcome everybody. I probably won't be streaming too much longer, but you can kind of get a hint of what this game is like. It's basically Castlevania but in 3D. Usually the 3D Castlevanias don't stand up as well as the 2D ones. It's basically it's on the PS2. There were a lot of action games on the PS2, and that's very much what this game is. It's like a God of War, or any of the other kind of action games of the time. Got everything. Oh, we did. Go this way. Let's see what's down this corridor. Oh. He burst into flames when I cut him down. Oof.
Well, there's a reason they refer to all this as Metroidvania.
Yeah. linear. Although there was a branching point back there that I did not. Oh look, there's something down here. That didn't. This is kind of annoying. So in order to open these chests, you actually have to summon this devil. Only this devil can open chests.
That sounds stupid.
Spirit of Fuji. That will probably allow me to build something. Yeah. Yeah, there probably were limitations that they were fighting with. This was just a detour to get that. I don't know if that would really help me that much. Ow.
We didn't get a little bottle of detergent in the last Kroger order, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I didn't see it in there.
Yeah, I put it away. I think I put all the groceries away.
You might have. I think I was at the office.
You were. Aye. No problem at all. Thank you so much for the raid again. All right, have a good one.
Get some
I
rest.
totally
Sleep
understand.
well.
I will probably be wrapping up when I find a save spot. It is my bedtime as well. Look at that. I think that may be a save spot.
Save it.
Yep. It is a save spot. I'll stop. Saved. Saved at last. Thanks again, everyone, for being here. Made some very good progress. I think we'll probably finish this game this weekend and start Last of Us. So that's exciting. To get through the first game of the next set of 8. And then after Last of Us is another Castlevania game. It's on the DS. And then Pokemon Black. So we'll be back into Pokemon. I know Neil's excited about that.
Hooray.
It's definitely been the best of the 3D Castlevanias so far. I've enjoyed kind of it has a lot of depth when it comes to I like the leveling up of the familiars, and I like the crafting system and stuff like that. So I think it's more detailed in that sense. But I still prefer the 2D ones than these 3D ones. So that's where I would go with that. But anyway, yeah. So I stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and on Saturdays at 3 p.m. Eastern. So I'll be back at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for more Castlevania. Maybe we'll finish it. Last of Us is ready to go when we finish it. It's all booted up. All the patches have been installed. It's ready to go. And yeah, thanks Fanny. Thanks Justin. Thanks Misty Dawn. Thanks everyone who came by tonight. Thank you to all of my subscribers. They get all the ad-free viewing. They get all those emotes. They get extra gold and experience points in Fry's Quest. Thank you so much for helping support the stream and helping me subsidize my video game habit. And if you can't be here live, go check out YouTube and head over to the Discord. If you're curious about Fry's Quest and building of it and watching me as I explain what the hell's going on in Fry's Quest, head over there. And let's put up some raid messages. That will be our raid messages. The first one is if you're a subscriber. The second one is if you aren't. Yeah, I've taken the original hardware thing a little too far. I don't care. I enjoy it. Taking it to extreme. Thanks, Justin, for the riches.
Richie Rich.
Okay. Let's go to Gay Station B, who's playing Metroid Prime Remastered. He is playing it shirtless, so.
Ah.
All right. Thanks everyone for being here. Stay safe. Yeah, these Metroid games. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Hope to see you back here tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully we'll finish Castlevania. Bye-bye. Have a good one.